How you doing, everybody? Another live of me filing and prepping this core, MEG core. I give this thing lower it a little more so it's a little more visible to everybody. That's better. Almost done with this one, and then we're starting with that one next. Wait for that to dry. Yeah, pretty good. Might stop pretty soon on this. Just got a little on this edge right here to get, and a little in here, and that's done. Yeah, like I said in the other live video I was doing last night, the oil industry down here ties up all the machine shops with big projects, so they get to the point where they will not deal with small persons for machining. Try to get somebody to put this on the milling machine to run the fly head across. Nobody wants to touch it. So I'm using the poor man approach. Yeah, this is pretty close. Freaking Sahara dust down here in Texas is kicking my ass. But if you don't have much resources to do something like this, milling machines and lathes, when I had a business up north, well, I didn't bring any of that stuff with me. There's just so much you can bring. So, yeah, this would be a piece of cake. Probably eventually, if maybe this channel stops making some money, I'll buy a small milling machine, a small lathe. Oh, something that's got at least a 8 or 10-inch swing and a 2 or 3 foot bed would be nice for a lathe. That's all I need for stuff I do. Yeah, I did this for a total of 5 hours yesterday. I thought my right arm was going to fall off. I have to see if the rain's coming in. It's pouring like hell down here. This file's a little coarser. Pretty close. Yeah, probably like 1,000ths to go in here. Maybe even half 1,000ths. You could barely feel it. Could be 1,000ths. Not much. What happens is, you know when you're getting close, because the dull areas is where it's not hitting the file, and the shiny areas is where it's obviously touching. So very, very close. What I'm looking for, though, because right now, if it's sitting on that, I mean, this is the only exposure I have, and I want all of it. I want all the contact. As far as I'm concerned, the bigger the cord, the easier it is to switch the flux at a faster rate. And then obviously, because of the bobbin size for the wire, for the collection coils, it's more power you're going to collect. Yep. So this is going to be Big Boy MEG. I might even call it Big Boy. After the locomotive, most people probably don't remember the Big Boy. Still runs. I think it was refurbished and it's still running around the country. Big locomotive. Really big. Used to make poker tables up north back when Texas Hold'em had that big run and just blew up. It was everywhere on cable TV. And anyways, I built a poker table that was they called it Big Boy, because it was a big boy, big, thick, tall armrest. Very, very tall. You could take a nap on that thing and play poker. You could lay your head on it and still be able to reach your hands over like this and play with your chips and do whatever when you're playing. Last table, I gave it away. Very last one off production. Gave it to a friend up north. I was selling them on eBay. Yes. I thought about taking the brazing this to a sawzall blade and hold the sawzall back here and just let it do that. It might speed the process up, but comes flying off can also be a projectile, so just stick with hand, doing it by hand. Go in my sound properties and make sure the volume is loud. Ooh. This should be better. Oh yeah, there we go. Damn, I wish I did that before when I started. Alright. Webcam, I should get it. I'm gonna have to start using a microphone. instead of using the one on the camera. Okay, what we got? Hey, we're already on here. I didn't even see that. Gotta pay attention. That's what I gotta do. What happened with Thane Hines' device? I don't know. You might have to call Thane Hines and ask him what happened with his device. Are you talking about his device or my first MEG? I mean, my first bit that I made. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Hey, Flint, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, if you want to, I just sent you a text, but if you want to call me on my Telegram, I'll put you on loudspeaker and you can be in the audio of the live. Yeah, no problem, buddy. No worries. I didn't know what you had going on. Yeah, Danny, I don't know what you're talking about. What happened to Thane Hines' device? What device are you referring to? His or mine? Or not sure what you're talking about, buddy. Where's that marker? What did I do with that? Pretty good, almost. Yeah. Start this. When you think about it, it's hard to wrap your head around it, but that's really what's going on. Yeah, I've been keeping the log on time spent on this project, and I'm already at 13 and a half hours. Probably get another, I don't know, 30, 35, 40 hours ago. Probably going to have like 50 or 60 hours involved in this project. Probably going to take, hitting the center is going to probably just going to be good 5 or 6 hours, maybe more, maybe 9, 8 or 9 by the time I'm done. After I get these areas fixed up, fitted. Spinning the copper on the bobbins, probably another 3 or 4. Winding it carefully, building up the switch circuit. Testing. A ways to go. I think they will be putting this up for sale though. It's finally completed. Tell you right now, it won't be cheap. It'll probably be this works and puts out the power I hope it puts out. I'm probably going to be selling this for maybe 150,000. Yep. Somebody will want it. Somebody will want to buy it. It's already done. Purchase this operational. This is, if you just think about the concept of this MEG, triggering it, just triggering it. Let me stop just to find that for a second. Just triggering this. Just think if you had an RV and you can take just a small portion of that energy from your solar panels to operate this. Take the output to charge your battery banks. This is going to be a great tool. It's not going to be the only one I'm going to build. When I get the money from this, I'll probably use that to buy a good size little, well, not too small, but just a big milling machine, just big enough to handle this type of work. And probably a lathe bench top. And the only thing that's really going to be consumable, obviously electronics, something happens, but if I design it properly, you should be able to get 20, 30 years out of the thing without worrying about it. The magnets, I don't see them not lasting for a long time because all we're doing is switching the flux from this side to that side, or harvesting the return flux. I could see possibly 2, maybe even 3 1-inch neodymium magnets in there. I don't know. N42, N50, I don't know, I'm not sure. I've got a N42. I've got, I think, 12 of those 1-inch cubes, and I've got, I think, 12 of N50. Yeah. In reality, you could put 2 here, 2 here, and 2 here, and have 6 in. I think at that point it'll be potentially oversaturated, but I don't know. I haven't done anything with the core this size for type MEG setup, so it's going to be interesting. It'll be a learning curve, but once I figure it all out, it's going to be relatively easy to just duplicate, scale up from here. This would be, running a MEG and a bit together. So you rectify your output coming from here, the DC coming from this system, from the MEG system, you could use to charge a lithium battery or ultra cap bank, and then take a tie-in inverter and run that, have that storage unit, whether it be lithium or ultra caps, have that run the true sine inverter to run the bit, or a single-ended bit, and then taking the output of that and looping that back to charge the source bank. And then you just, at that point, you've got a system that's completely looped. And then you take another inverter that's capable of some serious power, preferably true sine wave, and take that bigger unit to get that to run your loads and what you want. So even if that was in an RV environment, just think, all you need is probably 2 300 watt, 250 or 300 watt panels on your roof, and that's all you need. Yeah, that'll take care of everything. And at nighttime, you're still going to be charging on the down. You're still going to have a system that's looped, that's going to take care of itself. We lost power here. We had a big freeze, and I just, for the hell of it, didn't even spend much time resonating the single-ended bit, but I was using that to switch and power supply, and to charge the battery bank. And off the battery bank, I had an inverter, a 400 watt true sine inverter that I was only using a fraction of that power to drive the bit system. And so, I mean, after we went to bed at nighttime, that system was 200 amp hour battery banks total. That system charged itself, and it charged itself every night when the draw was minimal. The next day when I got up, it's like everything was back up and just idling, charged back up, no problem. I went 5 days like that, never had to run the generator. That took care of the refrigerator in the kitchen, TV, and some fans. We don't have carpet. We've got this hard floor on the cement slab, and so the floor was always cool. So I just had fans blowing the cool air off the floor in the rooms, and it was very comfortable, even though it was hot as hell outside. During the day, the house warmed up. At nighttime, it was cold again because of the freeze we had. And that was just for, I think, one night where we had a really bad freeze. But we were comfortable. We didn't have to worry about anything. Felt like the AC was on, It wasn't. So it's possible. So taking the output of a MEG system of this size and bringing your collection coils, collected power to charge, and I plan on using a buck boost for the combined power coming off the MEG to charge the battery bank through an MPPT controller, and then obviously 2 inverters. Yep. Possibilities are unlimited. So a MEG and a bit or a single-ended bit. Those are tools to achieve the means with another project. You know, even if these magnets, if the system was ran hard for like 10 years, what are we going to degrade? We're going to lose 15% of the magnet, maybe. And you know what? At the end of the day, they're cheap enough, so you buy a bunch of them. You just hold on to them, and when it's time to pop, you just put the new ones in. Probably going to be the only consumable part of the system. Switching power supplies, I would assume probably. I think backup, so you have a redundant system for your charge controller. Make everything redundant, and so you can just switch from one to the other if you have one that fails. So I mean, a 400 watt inverter running a bit system, and it's probably potentially 30 to 100 watts is all we're using from it, maybe. And we're getting, 500 or 600 or 1,000 out of the bit, or the single-ended bit, or whatever way you choose. That's brought down the DC and charging. Everything is geared to charge the DC bank, whether it's ultra caps or lithium. And if you have a big inverter for your big loads, and the small inverter takes care of the loop part of the system. So you could be off the grid out in the middle of nowhere and not even sweat it. Don't even worry about it. Yeah. Hey, you could take an RV. If you really wanted to go nuts, you could set up a dehumidifier to give you fresh water and just take the moisture out of the air. You've got you can put a gutter system on there for collected water and then you make a filter system for that with UV and for showering water, for bathing or whatever. A loop system itself. So it'd be like you could be out in the middle of nowhere. The only thing you'd have to worry about is hunting for food. Everything else would be taking care of itself and operating. It's not that difficult. We've got all the technology we need right now. You could easily do that without even thinking about it. Yep. Also, you got all that going with you in an RV. You're definitely going to need firearms because things turn to shit. Somebody will want to take that whole thing from you. There'll always be somebody out there that wants to take it from you. All right, I'm going to put Mr. Feynman back on. Brilliant scientist. Hey, I just want to again mention in this live, which will eventually just be a playable video, to thank my Patreon members, past and present. And if you think of it, if you're not a subscriber and you're watching this, please subscribe. Helps me. Share the video somewhere in the forum, Facebook, TikTok. Hit the like button for me. The likes make a difference. Embedding the video somewhere is a huge help. If you do that, that brings my view hits up. A lot of things a viewer can do, and I wish, and I have some that do that, but I wish more of you would just take a minute and do that. It'd help me on my end. As you can see, this is time consuming. I've got a bunch of different stuff on my channel, and I get, I don't know if they're trolls or just people that are just miserable, but calling me a scammer, and I have anything fake on my channel, and it really aggravates me when somebody says that. Not to the point where it's going to ruin my day or anything, but that's not what this channel is all about. I'm just showing my subscribers what's possible. And I have some that want to take it to the next level and not speculate anymore and actually want to build something. And that's what my Patreon page is for. I've got tiers in there that allow me to consult and tutor you to build whatever, whether it be one of my projects or just something that you've got that you built that's not functioning the way you want. Yeah, there's a lot of things we can do. And then also on my Patreon, there's a post there where you can literally pay $100 and talk to me for 2 hours. And if it's a great conversation, I might even give you a bonus hour, if it's a great phone call. So that helps. And I can do that. I don't have to be home. I can do that right straight from my phone, no matter where I am or what I'm doing. So, I mean, that's a big help by itself. And I've got a few that already did that, and I appreciate. And I know they're coming back because they're going to want to talk again. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that the subscriber, the viewer can do to help. And the most easiest ones is just a few mouse clicks on your end, literally, and dropping and embedding a link from somewhere. That's a huge help to bring my view hits up, because I'm not monetized by YouTube. And you know what? I don't even know if it'll ever happen. I really don't. I'm not sure if it could or not. It's just like energy. Nobody is worried about energy anymore. Nobody cares about it. There was a time, I think there was a time where it seemed like there was a lot of people getting involved, trying to build stuff and do things, but the internet really wasn't there yet. It was in its infancy. So, but now, I mean, you can touch anybody in the world just with the stroke of just a tap of your finger on your screen on your cell phone. You can reach out to somebody so quick. It's just absolutely amazing. And so I keep telling myself that, and then I keep saying maybe over time more and more people are more interested in the ones that, like, I've got engineers that try to rip me apart in the comments, and it's just like, it's sad because many are not willing to look outside the box and truly look at things as they are. And they should, but they've been programmed. And that's just the way it is. I mean, I've got two friends that are professors at MIT, and I've known both of them, both the individuals since high school. And I've shown them a few things, and they're just like beside themselves because they've been programmed to think that, this stuff doesn't exist. And like the MEG, for instance, we're not breaking any thermodynamic rules. We're not. All we're doing is manipulating flux as a form of energy. Like Feynman says, I mean, you can hang that magnet on the refrigerator and that thing will hang there for a long time. I mean, you'd have to be like an EMP to make that thing pop off the refrigerator or get really hot to lose its magnetism. And then, like for a MEG, for instance, That point where you're actually degrading the magnets through heavy use, that's going to take a long time for that to happen, because we're not directly accessing the flux in a way where it's directly off the magnet. Because there's many things that you can do to degrade a magnet electrically, but in this situation, we're either diverting all the flux to this side or to this side, and it's the flux movement and the motion is what creates and generates electricity. So this is just one thing. This is going to be one badass MEG. And I had hoped that that the videos I have up there on this and the lives would start to blow up a little, and it's not. I just throw a little out there just to let people see what's possible, and if they want to pursue with me, then Patreon is my only platform that we can do that on, and make it beneficial for both of us. So, but for the ones out there that are calling me a scammer, or a fake, I'm a shyster trying to scam people for money and use Nova Unity as a means. It's like nothing is fake on my channel. But I also have to be careful. Things need to be buried in such a way, or my descriptions need to be broad enough, because I don't want problems. Everybody that you know that over the years have done different things and they've publicly ended up on the news, broadcasting what they're doing, and they're no longer around for one reason or another. I'm not trying to fall in that category. I'm not trying to put the oil companies out of business, because we need oil. If everybody had an electric car today, we would still need to pull oil out of the ground. We would still need to refine it. There's so many byproducts in refinement to make petroleum. And then not just to make petroleum, you've got lubrication oils, you need refrigerants. There's just so many things that we get from oil. It's not just the gas in the tank. So oil they'll always have a business. They'll always have the means of life, because we get so much from it. When it's gone, it'll be a different world. And hopefully technology will be prepared to make up the difference and start finding other sources and manufacturing different ways of coming up with plastic and all the other stuff that we need. The minerals in the ground, and copper and silver, gold. It's just that's why I love Elon Musk and what he's doing, because he's going to be known as the grandfather of space. He's paving the way. Just think of what's available on the moon that we don't have here for a mineral that's abundant there. And there's not there. Mars is going to be a great place for mining, and well, back in a cheap way. So Elon Musk is a businessman. He's a scientist. He's very pioneering, and I think it's absolutely awesome to be alive in a time where you have a guy like that to be able to witness what this guy is doing. And he's a trillionaire, and that's not going to stop him. Because that just gives him more capability to achieve his dreams. It's a means to achieve his dreams for what he wants to do. And I just think it's mind-boggling. It's awesome. Just put that. And he's got a computer chip thing going on. They got brain implants. Just think through Bluetooth, to mentally connect through Bluetooth to operate your exoskeleton so that you can walk. For the people that are confined to wheelchairs, people that can't see or hear, there's so much beneficial things coming out because of Elon Musk, and it's just it really saddens me when I hear some people talk bad about Elon when he is probably one of the most brilliant people on the planet right now. He's the Tesla of science, as far as I'm concerned. Modern day Tesla is what he is. Yep. All right, I'm all done with that rant. I'll put Mr. Feynman back on, talking about magnets. I've listened to this video probably 50 times, if not more. I'll listen to everything. A lot of stuff like this, I will listen when I'm sleeping. It's the best time because your mind is an open book and can absorb things. It's just best way to program your brain to get your mind in the direction that you're interested in. And that's an easier way, I think. All right. The swamp is being drained. Yeah, I hope so. How you doing, boss? Sorry, I just noticed you came in here. Hey, Shadow Burned. Hey, do I know you? I was just wondering. I don't know if you're still there. Probably not there. You're probably gone. Hey, boss. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Because she was reckless. Very close. A little in here. And then almost done. Yay. Okay, so I'm gonna play this other one. Hey, how you doing, buddy? What do we got here? Beat Trier Z. Yes, that's what I'm doing. It just makes it easier. I like using a blue marker, but I've already sucked everything out of it. Blue marker is nicer, especially if you're scribing lines too. But yeah, so big ass Sharpie. Yeah, takes the guesswork out and lets you really see what's going on. This one is like pretty close. It's right there, so I'm gonna stop with that and start on this one and get this done. I want to get both of these done in these areas so I can focus on the area where the magnets are going to go. Then the cords will be ready, you know. That's just like, I'm probably, yeah, this is going to be like, I don't know, I got 6.5 hours on there. Let's see, it's 2, yeah. So I got 6.5 hours into that one filing, and sure it's going to be the same thing on this one. I got 6 hours to go. Yeah. I haven't done anything on this, just probably 10 minutes just to see what it was at, you know. Anyways, although I am seeing shine marks right across, so this one I had on the belt sander, horizontal one, and did it for about, I don't know, a little over a minute. So this, actually, you know what? This is starting to look good already. Yeah, that might not be, I might have to put too much effort into this. It'd be nice if that's the case. Other work, my arm already feels like it's gonna fall off. Put Mr. Feynman back on. Like this is gonna be about an hour or two, maybe tops.
Yeah, I mean, Just one model though.
Okay. We're gonna put oh. Hello. Hey, buddy.
How's it going over there?
Yeah. Still going at it. I gave everybody, this is Heliarc channel.
Hey, everybody. You think they can hear on the live?
Oh, sure. Yeah. You're right next to the microphone, so they'll hear you, no problem.
Cool. Yeah, I had to close my tab on it because it wouldn't let me
Yep.
open those.
Let me check the mic volume. Yeah, speak a little.
So you, huh?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're getting in, no problem. I just looked at the bar graph on the microphone on the sound card, and you're plenty loud. Definitely.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got one core that's pretty much there. I just started on the second one now.
Yeah, I seen that. It looks good.
Mhm.
That one was real flat. About how long you think it'll take on the other one? A couple more hours?
Yeah, you know what? Actually, it's time to put some marks on it again. But from what I'm seeing, it's pretty close. This is the one I had on the belt sander. I don't know, close to a minute before I took it off.
Oh, cool.
There really isn't much on here to take off, you know. So threw it up.
Nice. Well, I thought it was cool that you were live in this. You're also showing the back end work. People only see the experiment, right? They don't see the hours put into whether it's your toroidal motor, generator, or this.
Exactly.
The hours of labor.
Yep. Yeah, that's funny you say that, because that's one of the main reasons why I'm doing it is because all anybody ever sees is the other end, and it's like, and it, some are calling it a fucking scam or fake or whatever, and it's like, oh my God, going through all this much effort. I'm trying to show them, let them know that, like, I'm going through all this much effort. I'm not doing this just for kicks and giggles.
Yep. Yep. And a lot of people probably, if they tried to replicate what you're doing, they would probably crudely put stuff to, because people are in a hurry. I mean, how many people you really think is going to sit there and whittle at that for 8 hours?
Right.
Not very many.
Yeah, not many. No.
So if they want something that's actually going to work, this is what's required. I mean, you got to have precision fits. You know?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of machine shops around, but nobody's interested in doing this. It's just like, I was absolutely amazed when I stopped at 5 different shops on the way home yesterday, and yeah, I'd love to help you, but I got all this. They're making a gazillion flanges and weldable flanges for pipes and all that. It's like got 20,000 parts to make, and they're not interested in one little job like this. That's all because of the oil industry. They tie everybody up.
Right.
It's the name of the game, I guess. So, and at my place of employment, I've kind of hoping maybe I could get it done that way, but it's I don't think it's going to happen. So I can't. Rather than wait, I don't want to waste time waiting. I'll just have at it and keep going, keep pushing. Yeah. But the file triggers, I mean, that's the only way. It's it's the only way I could see it. Don't see the way. I think it's the only way I could do this without making it worse. And at least it's obvious what the outcome's going to be. I keep the. Are you watching too, or are you just?
No, because I think the volume would interfere.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, as long as I keep the file moving through both sides of the on both ends and keep that radius referencing the other side on the other corner all the time. It's just the only way I can see squaring this up, so it can sit flat. I just want 100% flux transfer. So.
Yeah, I got it all. Well, I had it by back. Someone. Mouse sticking? Do it like this. There we go. Yeah, I just have it muted. That way it doesn't interfere with it.
Yeah, a few people have popped in, but not me.
Right. Yeah, man, you're gonna have. I'm putting this on full screen. You're gonna have a hell of a connection. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, once I'm done with the outside part of the cores and I get the center done, you know, fit it from magnets, and then I'll get serious and I'll do some sketches for you and some dimensions and 50 in millimeters.
Yeah, just let me know. I'll get them done in probably a day or two and get them shipped out.
Yeah, well, there's no rush. Whenever you get it done, you're a busy guy too, you know. It's worth the wait as far as I'm concerned, because I think bobbins for the trigger coils and for the collection coils is just, I could do neat winds and just keep everything proportioned. Yeah, I'm going to do bifilar 14 gauge on the collection. I've got some flat wire that is equivalent to, I think, 10 gauge, but it's aluminum. I've saved it just for doing something like this, and it's like I'm tempted to try it, but I'm just not. I just do not like. I mean, there's nothing like copper. If I'm going to try and get all I can, I think copper is the way to go.
Yeah, because the only reason that aluminum wire exists is because companies wanted to be cheap and see what they could get away with working.
Sure, cheap and heat dissipation, I think, is quicker, right? Other than that,
yeah,
it's a big negative in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I can't remember the gauge equivalent though. Like, would be like 12 gauge aluminum, say, example, to 16 gauge copper or something like that?
Probably, I think so, yes, yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's a price to pay for aluminum. It's like you got to make up for it if you want to be equivalent to copper, and it's just like really not worth it.
Yeah, and for what we're doing, you want the most efficiency probably you can get.
Yeah. Yeah. I might even do quad filer with 18 gauge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that today. It's like, why not? Which gives me a lot of options. I can parallel up to and do series up to, you know, or and then, but I think with the trigger coils, I'm going to use, I think I've got 20 gauge or not. I think it's 20. I think it's 19 gauge. 20 or 19 gauge I use for the trigger coils.
Nice. About how many turns do you think on the triggers?
Well, I mean, the dimension of the core is, you know, we're roughly looking at the front of it. We're roughly 3.5 inches deep, and the core is just about inch and 3/4 thick. So there's going to be there's going to be a lot of wire on there, and I think switching the flux is I think it's going to be relatively easy. So I mean, I'm probably looking at maybe I'm going to do center taps, but I'll probably do the first center tap at 100 turns, or maybe 75 turns, and then keep winding, and probably stop at 100 or 125 and do another center tap, and then probably bring it all the way to 200 or 225.
Yeah.
That gives me a lot of possibilities for impedance. and different voltage ranges. And then what the nice thing about it is when I put for the trigger coils, they got to be snapping because there's no obviously for obvious reasons, but if they snap together, I can hold that whole thing, and my toroidal winder will wind that without a problem. So that'll be a pretty easy thing to do.
Right.
Yeah. And then obviously spinning the bobbins on the drill.
Yeah, I could make you a template real easy.
Yeah.
Do that.
So, I mean, it'll be pretty easy. It's going to be relatively easy to put on everything. And I'm going to I just cut a piece of plywood for the base. I'm debating whether or not to use plastic. I might later, but I think for now I'm just going to use plywood to hold everything down, to fasten everything down. And
right.
For the switching and the signal generator and all that. Yeah, and I'm going to use I've got a couple of H-bridge boards that can easily handle 5 amps. But I mean, I really don't think if I can keep triggering around 1 amp, I think that's going to be more than sufficient. Keep the cost down, triggering it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to control with a regulator, I'll control power in. Rather than trying to worry about controlling duty cycle, I just want to use a square wave and use diodes that divert 1/2 of the H bridge that way. And just control power going in. Drive level. And not be too fancy. I don't want to get too fancy with it. No need. I don't think there's a need to.
Do you think Gary's board would drive that?
Actually, it's funny you say that. That's what I plan on using.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could use that. The only thing, if I do, I'm going to probably remotely mount the 2 FETs on the bigger heat sink.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Well, I was actually going to use it as a cascade, but you lose a little time. But because those are P-type, so they send out positive, so that could actually trigger a bigger N-type. But then you lose the whole key to that board is your power supply comes in one end and goes out the other. You're all covered.
Right.
Instead of having to worry about dual. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
And I think because when he made those, I looked up that FET that he used, and they might be a better one now, but he used some of the top P-type for that board.
Yes.
They're like $5-6 a piece.
Yeah.
I looked them up.
I've got a bunch. I haven't. I'll really go and look and see what I have. I might upgrade things a little in that department.
Yeah, see if there's any sick in N-type. I don't know if there is. I don't know if they exist for that, but or P-type, I mean.
Yep. So you, I saw that last video. You took the? Did you have a magnetic path underneath the core, or are you just firing it off just without no magnets?
No, there's no magnets. It's a set, so that's coil setup similar to what a Kula was doing. A lot of inventors went that route.
I see.
It's asymmetric regauge where you pulse a coil, and then there's one coil that's wound in the same direction, and that one gets excited. When that one gets excited, it induces the other coil, which is wound in the opposite, the left-hand direction.
Yeah.
And it's opposing. So what happens is the current, especially if you have diodes in there, the current will buck as the diodes chop because it only sends back the bucking cycle.
Right.
Instead of the AC cycle, you have DC pulse going back into the coils on the back EMF, and that's what creates that downward triangle wave, sort of, that I was showing on there in the yellow trace.
Yeah.
That was the current. So it bucks and it goes down slowly. And interestingly enough, the voltage increases as the current decreases. And I think that's a trait. That's a trait of that coil type.
Mm-hmm.
Because they all ran to the same waveforms. I looked at all of their data on mass and some others, and they all have similar wave shapes. Most of them use ferrite, though, so they were switching a little bit faster.
Yeah.
They weren't using the type of core that I have, you know.
Yes.
So, which mine's kind of unique. So,
Right.
I'm glad that.
Yeah, very unique. As far as I'm concerned, like I told you before, it's like that has the right dimensions. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody that happens to watch this video or on here now, definitely go over to the Heliarc channel. You can
come on over. We're back at it.
see what's going on.
Yeah, no, I'm going to do a little more testing with the POC style. I might even, I think I told you today, I might put a different coil on there with a different amount of turns. And then I might try to then resonate one or both of the ones that are still on there.
Yeah.
To see if I can get a little LC going that's stable and it doesn't mess up the waveform. If I can keep the effect and essentially boost it, that would be interesting to see.
Right.
It may not work, but worth trying.
Absolutely.
Everything's worth trying.
Yep.
That's what a lot of viewers need to get at.
Yeah, failure just because you know you're gonna fail doesn't mean that still isn't worth something. You know, failure is always worth just as much as a win because you're learning from it.
Right. Yeah, and it can take a lot of experimentation.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like Gary's channel. Gary, he did so much. It's just actually crazy when you go over there. I go over there once in a while. I got most of his videos downloaded, but just the view on his channel, it's just like the things that guy did. It's like if you were just coming into this, doing this type of stuff, that'd be the place to go because see the failures and see the wins and save somebody a lot of time initially.
And honestly, Tim, there's a few wins with a lot of losses in this game.
Yes.
And in my opinion, the videos where we show a loss is actually more valuable than the ones where we win.
Right.
Because you get to see every step that didn't work.
Yep.
So you can basically rule that out. And that's why I think a lot of our failure videos aren't totally published. I think he put some up of the free gen, but not all of them.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Everything you tried.
There's actually a lot on my Patreon that's for the free gen on over there, rather than being on YouTube,
Yeah.
Well, they're unlisted links on YouTube, but that's the only way you're gonna get that link is by paying for it. But I've got a lot of videos on there. I got more to go. I just happened to find a folder the other day, and I got transferred over from all my hard drives into that server, and I'm looking at it, and I was like, I remember that. I remember changing the file name, and I started filling it up, and I thought about it, and I was like, why do they call it that? Why do they do that? And then I'm finding videos in there that's like from 12, 14 years ago that I haven't seen.
Damn.
I made them and I just never did anything with them. So A few of them are on that 100+ videos there. I've got 100+ videos on there. There's some on there that have never been on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, I believe it.
I thought for sure that would have gone viral. Nobody cares.
Well, I'll just say this, just so, because I know it exists. I don't know. Hopefully, you still have it. Because I don't have it, but I watched it like probably 20 times when I first met you, and it was the free gen, but it was like a 13 or 14-minute runtime. And I won't say what you did, but you did a lot of stuff to that to manipulate it, and it still ran, and you could see some of the characteristics of it.
Yeah, I do got that. I think you have that video. I think I put that in that drive that you sent me that I sent back. I think
I don't think it's on there. I might have to dig more.
Huh.
The drive was 500 gigabytes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one, it shows a lot. Because you're disconnecting stuff and reconnecting it and seeing how the machine responds to that in loop. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, way back when Reza was trying to get in our group there, I gave him some videos. I didn't give any of those, though. It's like,
yeah.
Which I'm glad now, after finding out how things turned out with him.
Yeah.
You know?
Someone would have had to catch that video back in, I think, 2019, 2020 when you had it public, but you had it named, like 9 poles, now 3. And that was it. It didn't say anything about overunity. It didn't say anything about loop.
Yeah.
That's all it said.
Yeah.
And so you had to look. You had to look for it in your content. And when I found that, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't catch the, I mostly listen to all your stuff is like when I'm working or whatever, and it's like, how many volts are you using to drive the trigger coil on that? I was curious.
I was varying it. I think I selected about 22 volts.
Okay.
I'd have to look back at the video to be honest, but I think I had the duty cycle at 30% in the second half, just because it shows the waveform better.
Yep.
And
did you try anything down below 5% to see what was happening?
Very little. Very little would happen unless I didn't increase the voltage at such a low level, but yeah, I had to zoom in on the scope pretty heavy to see it. But I think it likes a little current, and it might be that, like I said, the core characteristic, because there's a lot of core there. And there's not a lot of coil, so I probably should have, if I wanted to go that route entirely, I should have wound the coils a little bigger for all of it.
Yeah.
And dedicated the entire core to it, because then it would have probably reacted a little better. But yeah, I wanted to keep it kind of open. And I don't know how well that would work. I could do it. I could add like 50% more lines on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
And continue down a little bit, because but then I kind of lose my spot with the magnet. So I'm gonna hold off for now. I'm gonna change a few things, and because it's easy to wind a couple turn coil on there and take it off.
Yeah. Hey Wally, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I don't know why my live chat doesn't stick with the live after the video's been processed through YouTube. But for some reason it doesn't.
Comments?
Yeah. Strange.
Yeah, it is strange, because it seemed like I could get all that comments, but
I swear it worked. I think it's the first time I got one live where it shows up. I think it was the one that we were chatting on the bench, and
oh, Oh, a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, unless YouTube updated or there's a glitch, because there is glitches occasionally with YouTube.
Sure. Yeah, this is getting pretty close, definitely.
Yeah, you've been going for 3 hours, and man,
Yeah, so
that one side sure looks good.
I was going at it like 1 something in the morning, you know.
Have you tried to mate them yet and see a gap?
Yeah, I can see. It's not bad now, but I'll take the LED light and put it on the end and look in through the inside to see if I can see the light. And there's just there was a lot initially. It was like you could almost see clear across the whole cross cut, you know, with the other one on top. But it's getting tough to see anything now. It's very faint.
Nice.
It's almost like, I don't know, like probably only like a 2 or 3 thousandth gap, you know.
Right.
Apologize for the noise. That's the trash truck just going by. Surprised that barrel didn't get broken. Threw a lot of shit away. Stuff
So
in
you think the fly cutter wouldn't harm the fins, the vertical plates in that? Like it wouldn't grab them and start tearing them up?
I think if with a fly cutter, if you just went like a couple thousandths at a time. See this core here, I've got a lot of fusing done, and it held up to the bandsaw, so it'd probably be fine, I think. I mean, if you went to try to take a 25,000 cut off the top and forget about it, you're gonna have a problem. But I think a real light, small cut would be fine. You know.
Yeah.
And really, out of the gate initially, if I had the opportunity of getting it put on a milling machine, it would have been maybe a 10 thousandths total or 12 thousandths total. I think I could put I think I could almost get a 12 thousandths feeler gauge in there. 10 would go in fairly easy. But I think I could have got 12 in there. I mean, so it wasn't much. The variation, the gap wasn't much. So, I mean, 2 or 3 or 4 passes, 2 or 3 thousandths a pop, but it would have been done. You know, it would be done quick.
I bet it would look good too.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what, though? I think you'd spend more time truing that up on the table than it would be to do what you got to do. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nothing like having a milling machine, you know. There's one at work. It's a beautiful machine, but you won't let anybody near it.
You don't have a 2-axis surface grinder like I showed you?
We did actually, but they moved it way back, and somebody moved it with a forklift and ended up taking a dive on its side on the floor, so they just got rid of it. But I saw pictures of the old shop, and it was like, somebody didn't screw up, that'd still be sitting there. Yeah.
So I have a personal surface grinder in my area, but it's meant for small round stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way you could fit that in there.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I true up pipes with it. Like if I'm making a stop for a shaft or something that needs to be perfect, very true.
Yeah.
On its squareness on a pipe, like within 5,000, so I like to use it. But
yeah, I want somewhere along the line. One of these days, I want to get a small milling machine. Nothing big, just big enough to do stuff like this. Yeah. Not a nice table lathe. Like an 8 or 10 inch swing would be great. I wish I had a table lathe, bench top. That was let's see, what was that? I think that was a 3/4 horse. And then they had but that had a long bed on it. That had a 28 inch bed. And then they had another one that was mounted to the floor. That was a 4-foot bed. And then they had an old South Bend. Both the other lathes were Chinese made, but still good. But I had an old South Bend that I bought from a machinist that retired. And I'll tell you what, that machine it was made in the 1930s. And he's pretty much owned it. It was at one of the places that he retired from, and they let him take it with him because it was one of his favorite machines. And then I got it when he retired, and he just couldn't get around and do anything anymore. So I bought it from him, and what a beautiful machine! That thing was just unbelievable. There was anybody that walked in my shop that saw that, they go, "Oh my God, where did you find that?" And I'd be like, "Yep, well, trusted friend let me buy it from him." Beautiful thing. Yeah, that had an 8-foot bed too. It was crazy. Engine block swing. It was a 20. I could put a 22-inch chuck on that sucker. A big boy. Yeah. Missed that one. Yeah, that thing was always covered. Oh, I used to keep all my stuff covered, but that thing had its own. I had a canvas guy that makes canvas tops for boats, make one for it to cover it. And that was my prize lathe right there. But the thing weighed almost 4,000 pounds. That's just crazy weight, heavy.
Right.
Yeah. And I had a Bridgeport too. That was another milling machine, Bridgeport milling machine. That was a beautiful machine that was built in the 80s. And when I got that from another machinist that went to CNC, and he never used it. And I was like, "Hey, you gonna sell that thing before the things get rusted on you?" And it's like, "Yeah, give me what you think it's worth." And I was like, $2,000, okay? And the guy's, "Yep, that'll do it." Yeah, so I got a nice Bridgeport for $2,000. Yeah.
Man, yeah.
And I ended up giving that to a friend. I had a friend up north that was that had the same exact machine, and he had problems. Started developing the gearbox, and the vary speed and all that was getting all screwed up. And I was like, "Hey, send your forklift over, buddy. It's all you." I just gave it to him because he's, really good machinist. Does drive shafts and everything, but yeah. So I gave that away to him. I knew he would. I knew that would be. I bet you it still looks just as good as the day I gave it to him. I'm sure. Yeah.
So they do make some kind of like benchtop CNC machines. They're kind of pricey though.
Yeah.
The CNC model was like $3,000. That would actually most likely fit that core though, or core that size.
Yeah. Yeah. You figure the travel of the bed's gonna have to be at least 20 inches because we're 9 in length on the core, and you know, our height is 4 inches on this, so it's just like you're not going to be able to do that in a real small toy one, that's for sure. It's going to be fairly good size.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely seeing signs. This is definitely pretty close. You know, the second core I'm on right now. It's
Yeah. Yeah, if you get the measurements, I could give you those pieces pretty quick. That way you can, you know, when you want to, go ahead and start sticking that sucker together.
yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait. This thing's going to be crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I already grabbed the box that hopefully should fit them at work. If not, I have some at the house here that are small.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows? Maybe in the future you'll get enough on Patreon to invest in a machine of some kind.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got some dedicated ones on there. Between I think I got 6 paying members. You know, it's about $50 a month. Yeah.
I want to say that machine I sent you a picture of, the machinist we have didn't like it. She said it was a cheap machine. It was like $1,500. I'm going to try to find it. Because that, I don't know how well it would work for the middle core on that since it's lower, but horizontally, since it's welded, I think it would work.
Yeah.
And it's a magnetic bed, so you just flip the magnet on, and that sucker's stuck there.
Right.
And you set your cut height, and it'll automatically chew through that.
Yep.
On its other, I guess it would be the Y axis travel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, setting it up on the bed should be pretty quick, man, because this is it's all stamped steel, and so the transformer tops and bottoms are pretty true, so it's good enough to plane the inside, you know, not worry about it. Yeah, I'm glad I stayed, kept this on the belt, on the horizontal belt sander for a while, longer than, I wish I threw in the other one. I threw on there for like 20 seconds, and I'm looking at it going, maybe I'm good, you know, because I didn't want to take too much off, because that would really tighten up my measurement on the center pole, and how much I'd have to take off on that. If I took too much off the outside ones, I'd start shrinking that gap where the magnet's got to go. So I didn't want to do too much. Give me more work on the long run in the middle. Yeah, and then as it stands now, this like the one I'm working on now, it's got a good 1/8 of an inch I've got to take off. I got it scratched and scribed all the way around. And I'm going to take that down with a sanding duct wheel on the grinder. Take it down close. And then finish it with a file.
Right. Wow, so that same brand of surface grinder we have is it's discontinued. But let's see, well, no, I guess the newer version does cost more. Used are about $2,500, and it's automatic. But for a Grizzly that's manual, it's like $6,000.
Yeah.
Or 45. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer.
Hey, Norman Vortex, how you doing, buddy? Hardcore science. Well, I don't know if it's hardcore, but I'll just tell you one thing now, my hand hurts. Yeah, my fingers, even with gloves on, it's like it can still, when you let go of the file, it still feels like it's in your hand.
Yeah. I mean, this is how science progresses. You got to put in a lot of work.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if we had a dedicated R&D lab, we'd be able to knock these things out quick.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you're getting close, other than that one top left corner.
Yes. Oh, good. I wasn't sure if you were watching or not.
Yeah, I got it. I just got the
Yeah, so I've got, let's see. Oh, there we go. You can see it there. So I got here. It's just starting to disappear. And then over here on this end. I mean, so the whole, all of it's got to come down to get past that, but it is what it is.
Yeah. It doesn't look like much, though.
It's
Can you
not.
feel it with your finger?
Yeah, you could feel it, just barely feel it.
Yeah, it's probably just a couple thousandths.
Yeah, if anything, yeah, that's about all of this. Yeah, so I just gotta keep trying to take it all off even until I get past that area. Yeah. Yeah, I got a file that's like this freaking wide. You think I got it wrapped up, I got it saran wrapped, and then I got it rolled up on a big Ziploc bag. I've got some gel packets in there just to keep it from rusting, you know what I mean? And I don't know what the hell I did with it, but I spent a good hour today trying to find it, and I'll find it when I'm done. As soon as I'm done doing this, I guarantee you I'm going to run right into it looking for something.
Yeah. I wonder if if you put a magnet on top of those two together, like two strong magnets, would it hold them together?
So you can go like this? I don't know. I thought about, it's funny you say that, because I was thinking about doing that last night with some Neos, and I thought about doing that, and I thought about brazing the end of the file to a sawzall blade and putting the sawzall in here and just doing this, real slow. But having magnets on there and then doing that sawzall. But
yeah, you probably need like a piece of foam though to put pressure on it, because even at slow speed, that sawzall is a lot faster than you. Yeah, it's probably not like that.
Right. Yeah, that's the other issue. It's not going to be slow enough, I don't think, without making it send off like a projectile. If it breaks loose.
And Doug loved doing it with a file on all his transformers because he claimed it didn't cause interference with the enamel between the plates. If that even mattered, but he preferred that. I don't think it matters all that much.
Oh, what did he use? Black sand in between them?
No. When he would use regular transformer steel, he always talked about using a file because it doesn't burn or doesn't short out the plates, is what he says.
Oh. Honestly, I think on that plane, I honestly don't think, even if they are all connected, it's really out of phase. I don't know. I honestly don't. I don't know if there's a difference between. It'd really be nice to know if there was a difference between raw steel connected, a laminated steel, electric steel, into not having a cut there. I even contemplated when I was first looking at this to make a MEG. I was like, maybe I should be just using a Sawzall blade and a hacksaw and just leave the outside alone and just go for the center and try and cut it out. But it's like, there really isn't enough room in there to do anything other than doing the cross cut,
Yeah. And there's a lot of transformers that are welded the way you welded that from the factory.
Yep.
So I don't think the welds matter. Now, maybe if you welded that entire top surface together and smoothed it, that might be a little bit of a...
That'll be a problem. Yeah, I think that would be a problem. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think your welds have any real measurable effect. If they do, it's small.
Yes.
They wouldn't pre-weld transformers together.
Right. Hey, so you got what do you got? Just a 10-to-1 on your scope probes, or is it 50 or 100 to 1?
So the measurements yesterday, because I asked two different AIs and they gave me two completely different options for my scope. Because the match function sucks. So I think it was Google told me to set it with the 0.1 ohm shunt, set it to times 10 on the probe to help attenuate noise, and then put the scope on times 100.
Yeah.
And that would multiply it up correctly. And then Grok was telling me set the probe to 10x and then do it to set my scope to 0.1.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm like, I don't understand. That would make the wave huge, because then it's gonna, I don't know. I was trying to set it up where if I got 1 amp, I want 1 amp without having the times that are divided, but it looks like I can't really do that unless I want a lot of noise in there.
Yeah.
But like yesterday, I was looking at that. I wish I had it in video, but it said 20 to 50 amp scale. That's really 2 to 5 amp scale on the lines. Because of my multiplication, that 50 amp is actually 5 on the scope. And I was pumping in the trigger like 3 amps, I think, at 20 volts. It would vary a little bit. And the pulses were up to 5. So, I just threw it together. I didn't try to tune anything. There's more circuitry I could add to optimize it, because I think the finished POC coils have quite a bit more circuitry than what I have right now. That's just the base circuit to get you going and get the right waveform, so you kind of learn how it works.
Right.
And then you got to brainstorm and optimize from there, and that's kind of in the air, because a lot of the people that really got it working don't want to share. Obviously, they don't want to share exactly what they did, because they, just like me and you, once they work hard to get something, you don't just give it away.
Nope.
I mean, like even Akula's blueprint, people that have taken that print and had it made or made it themselves, it doesn't work, because there's missing SCR, at least one, and there's some other parts missing that Akula had.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that was an accident. Maybe it was to throw off somebody. I don't know. But there's been other people that have replicated his. Like there's another Russian that shows it. And it seems legit, but the problem is with Akula's light was that from what even Akula said, it would only work with LEDs. He couldn't put like a resistive lamp on it. So the LEDs had something to do with the circuit working, because the LED is just a diode that emits some light and burns a very little current. So, but the fact that it's a diode, has something to do with it being able to loop back into itself. So it's, in a way, it's cool. It's like a novelty piece. Maybe it proves that it's possible, but unless you really figure it out and optimize that and upscale it, you're not going to probably get anything more than that flashlight.
You know who's got a rendition of it is Dragon's Lord.
Yes, I was watching his videos. Yes, he was showing it.
Yeah.
And there's commenters that are like, oh, well, you put batteries in the capacitor, and then you put circuitry in there with it to where you can trigger it on and trigger it. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, people are fucking retarded to even say that. I mean, it's like, I've seen everything on. I've watched his channel for a long time, and there's nothing on there fake. He just says it right. I mean, he's said so many times with different things that it's like, this is not working. You know, when you do the Google Translate, and it's actually it's automatically being done now. So I mean, it's easy to watch his stuff, but people are brutal at him in his comments. Trying to call him out on everything. How's it going, Dido? Oh, he retracted everything. Oh, he got feisty. Okay.
Got feisty.
Why put a comment in and then take it back? I don't get that. Why'd you even bother coming here? See, unless Dido is drinking every day, I just don't honestly believe the last email he sent me was legit or being honest. It's just, I'm going to have to fucking block him again. I just let him out of the cage and now he's fucking going at it.
Well,
Crazy. Yeah, they're probably, somebody's going to call this fake. Got some hidden wires somewhere, or somebody will have something to say, guaranteed.
yeah, it sucks. I got suggestions on YouTube for this dude that's making a permanent magnet, some type of motor generator he puts a load on it, and the motor doesn't respond to the load at all. And it's like, are people that dumb? Or it's either that or they have no electrical knowledge whatsoever.
Exactly.
They've never plugged a heater into a gas generator and heard it. It struggles. It's fighting the back EMF forces. So even your pre-gen does that on itself.
Yeah, somebody somebody left a message saying, "Why does it sound like it's dying?" When it's with the surge action, it sounds like it's dying. It's like, what's wrong with it? Watch the video, you dumb shit.
That's actually what a looped machine would sound like. Exactly. It's not going to sound steady state. If it's steady state, it's plugged in.
Right.
And if people look really close when you're playing with just the speed on that video I know you're talking about, the one where you stall it out intentionally.
Yep.
And people still in the comments asking, oh, does that mean it's not looped if it stalls out? It's like, did you not see him turn the speed down and turn the amperage limiter down to the point where it stalls out? They don't notice that. They don't think about that when they're watching that you actually kind of caused it to stall out just by manipulating the numbers.
Right.
Turning the current down and stuff. And I remember watching closely when the moment you started doing that, you lost the boost. Because on the voltage on the W900 was the same voltage that was coming out of the capacitor bank.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, I can't remember what it was, 16 volts or something. And it was locked with it. They were locked together, and it was still looped. But you had lost the efficiency just by slowing it down. So
Yeah.
little cues like that people don't pay attention to. It's like that would be virtually impossible to make that work fake like that. It would be crazy, and then make the machine respond because if you had run into it, it would stay steady state.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like my clock box that I stopped working on when I had the surge effect. I started getting anomalies, but I still had power to it, and it still ran steady state. The only difference was the noise had changed when it started surging, but it was still steady state because it had a power supply. So yeah, when it doesn't, you get some loopy up and down, fighting itself. How's it looking, Tim?
Yeah, just a teeny. I can barely see just a little glimmer of light. That's definitely flat because if I can move my eye above and below it's just a thin slit of light coming out. It's so faint though. I can't even tell where. Oh, I see it. That makes sense because that's right. Yeah. So I could see the light. And over here I could see it here. So that makes sense. We still got some black showing. Yeah.
Is that where you see the light right there?
Yeah, I can see the light coming in right through here, and then it's a real narrow slit when you eyeball in that crack, which doesn't look like a crack anymore. And they could see it coming through here. So, I mean, it's faint. Definitely faint. And sometimes I say to myself, it's like you're wasting your time because you're going to put an air gap in there anyway. And it's like, we'll see.
Well, you don't have to put an air gap, but you can put air gap.
Right. Yep.
And yeah. But I bet you. I mean, I'm not there looking at it, so I can't see it. But I bet you're at least 95% contact.
Oh yeah, easy. Yeah, easily.
So I mean, at the end of the day, that's pretty high contact level.
But I think starting out initially, to eliminate any chance of having something else interfere with the preliminary testing, I just assume know that, okay, 100% here and here, then.
And it could introduce, I don't know about, I'm not going to call it noise, but it could introduce a slight imbalance.
Yes, that's precisely what I don't want. In other words, I want to rely on the fact that when the flux is being switched, that it's going to move the same distance on both sides, knowing both sides are in proportion and proportional to each other.
Right. Yeah. Oh.
Should get Doug on the goddamn phone. Get him in here.
Yeah. His wife don't slap him upside the head.
Yeah.
3 minutes. Is he on Telegram?
I'm not sure if he is or not. But I mean, even if he did a regular call.
I don't think he is because the country he lives in frowns on it.
Oh.
He told me that, yeah, the country he resides in frowns on using that.
Still pull it off. I can have him just call my phone directly, and then I could still have you come out of the browser tab of Telegram and still come out the speaker. So it's still could do a three-way, literally, if we wanted to.
Well, yeah. I was was gonna say you could also use because we could call on a normal phone too.
Mm-hmm.
So you could do it that way.
Yeah.
Old-fashioned way.
Yes, exactly. Yep.
Man, it's too bad Hector, he's not into talking a lot. He's into ranting live, on TV Gray. But when you get him on the phone, he's actually very interesting to listen to.
He is, but I mean, lately I don't even know if you can get that from him anymore. I don't know if he's got some kind of chemical imbalance in his blood or his body or something, but I think he's starting to act a little irrational. Like to see him prove otherwise.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like popping in EV Gray too much, and I'd love to, but it's like you put something out there and it gets fucking trashed.
That, and there's a few politically, Hector's kind of one of them, but there's a few that are politically charged, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was reading on there, and he said some stuff that I was like, man, you might get a knock on the door for that.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah.
Like, seriously, like, there's probably 50-50 that he gets Secret Service at least checking in on him to see how he's doing.
Yeah. Exactly. Well-being
They
check.
probably won't care what he's talking about on TV Gray other than the political stuff.
Yeah, and then you know what? I mean, I like the forum, but you don't have to be logged in to go and see any of that stuff.
Yeah, no, anybody could see that. Yeah, that's a good point, by the way.
It shows up in Google. It shows up in the Google search. Yep. Yeah. So I mean, for them to be, I don't know why it just can't be maintain focus instead of getting politically involved with all kinds of bullshit that really, at the end of the day, nobody can change or help or do anything about it. So people can't help themselves.
Yeah. I think some people become so political, it's like they put a blindfold on and they just go wild. Yeah. You see that a lot. On both sides, really.
After COVID, everybody had plenty of practice doing that.
Yeah.
That's funny. I wonder if you walked in the bank now and put a mask on it, they'd still say anything.
Yeah, I don't know. They probably should.
Definitely be watched.
But, yeah.
It's funny. COVID made everything so acceptable, hiding your face. But after it, people still were doing it, and it's like, you ain't going to get away with doing that anymore.
I mean, I'm surprised there wasn't a lot more high-end crime during that time. I'm sure there was. We just probably didn't hear about it on the news because they wanted you to wear a mask. They didn't want any reasons for you not to, and that was a criminal's daydream right there. It was normal. Everyone could go into a bank with a mask on, full face mask.
Yep.
And it's not too odd, even though a year before COVID, you would have security calls, man. It would not be good. Or they'd stop you at the door and call the cops or security just for having a mask on like that if you wouldn't take off.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about these flock cameras coming into our country? I mean, Texas already has a lot of them.
Oh, yeah, I see them everywhere.
They already have tons of them, but it's almost like Europe. They're starting to strike.
I'm starting to see them on police cruisers, too.
Yeah. And it is kind of weird because they do get to bypass your Fourth Amendment right because the flock is owned by Flock Safety, which is legally able to sell the data that they collect to a law enforcement office without a warrant.
Yep.
there's a few cases where, like real criminal cases where it's been rejected, but that's probably pretty rare, especially if it's overwhelming evidence. They're not going to probably throw it out. So.
I wonder how many are in this country already. How many of those cameras? That's got to be I could see why they got to put data centers in everywhere. I'm gonna put that shit somewhere. How can you manage all that? That's just bizarre.
I think within 10 years, Tim, it's going to be similar to the way China is right now. I don't know if we'll have a social credit score BS, but it might be approaching that.
Right.
Because in China, you can't walk anywhere without they use AI to analyze the way you walk. So even if you had a full face covering, they can identify you, apparently, just by the way you walk and stuff.
Really? And it just builds algorithms, huh?
Yep. It's that accurate, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. You know what? People do walk differently from each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even if it put you in a pool of, say, you know, they could isolate it. Say a bank gets robbed in China. You know, they're probably gonna go a 50-mile radius, especially quickly if they can't travel that fast, right? Even if you had a car outside.
Mm-hmm.
So they could hit a 50-mile radius, even if that's 500,000 people or more, probably in China. But they could probably put you in a pool with 50 to 100 people. And then they start looking through backgrounds at AI speeds, and they could probably come up with 5 or 10 suspects right within a few seconds.
Yeah. Well, you think about it, that's not a bad technology to have. I mean, if you got nothing to worry about, nothing to hide, that should be no big deal. But to catch somebody that was seen at a scene or that planted the bomb somewhere, you know, a terrorist type activity, that would make it easy to try and identify someone.
Right. Yeah, it would have its plus side. Also, in finding Amber Alerts.
Right. Yeah.
Although they've used traffic cameras for that for 10 plus years already, and with some success. But Block was definitely, if they have a tag number, they could find that car pretty quick.
Yeah.
Which is good, because before you relied on just people getting the text and then looking for it. And some people don't even pay any mind to it. Half of the ones I see are like parents taking their kid, and they do an Amber Alert.
Yeah.
It could be like the mom, right? So it's like, the kid, it could be in danger, but it's probably a more domestic dispute.
Holy shit, my arm feels like it's going to fall off.
Yeah. It would be worse if you had that Sawzall right now. You'd try to unclip.
Yeah.
It might be done, though.
That's true, though. It is. It could be a possibility, yeah.
So
if I did that, I'd probably have to clean all this off, because I could just imagine a file flying off and just going through the scope or something, you know.
And you know what? If it was powered, it would be a lot easier to make a mistake. If you have too much pressure on the Sawzall side,
yes,
it could start to slope it.
Yeah.
It's probably better to do it by hand where you're putting even pressure on it.
Yeah, because I feel like I got more control over where the file is going on every stroke, you know.
You have the next best thing aside from a machine. That is literally the next best thing you can do.
Yeah.
It beats sandpaper, it beats everything. Because even if you put sandpaper, unless you have like a polishing or very fine, you would still round your edges with the sandpaper.
Yep.
And when it flexes slightly, it'll round your edges off.
Yeah, at least the file is. I mean, I could probably stand on that, and I don't even think it's going to flex. So it stays for the accuracy that I'm looking for. That's probably the best way to go. Yeah.
So Tim, I'm still on the fence about that new scope. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but
I saw it. I looked at it. Yeah. It's only a 70 megahertz scope, though, huh?
Yeah, but I don't fully understand how they rate that because it's a 2 gigs per second on the sample rate.
Yeah.
So it's actually twice as fast as my scope. So I don't fully understand that. I'd have to look into the finer details of how they rate
But to
it.
expand to it, well, I don't know. I guess at real low frequency, 70 megahertz, to expand out and zoom in is probably 70. Probably would be enough. But
are we really ever going to work with 70 megahertz though, Tim?
no. I'm not talking 70 megahertz. But when you go to stretch out a lower frequency, you need that bandwidth to stretch it out to be able to zoom in. Say you're trying to zoom into 2,000 hertz. You still need that bandwidth to stretch it out to go to look in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why I like 300 megahertz. I mean, I got both my desktops are what are they? The DSO 5202P. So that's 200 megahertz, 1 gigasecond. But it does what I want, and the FFT mode, I like the FFT mode because you got a spectrum analyzer all the way up to 5 gigahertz or 6 gigahertz,
right.
Which does work, because I've put the probe up near the wireless network, and you can see them very easily. 5 gigahertz, 2.5 and 5.
It seems then like there's a pretty big trade-off between high resolution. I'm not talking about stretching it out. I'm talking about looking at a wave that you can, because that newer scope had, I think, 1,000 times more resolution in the vertical. So where we might have a choppy current or voltage signal, that one would be like a perfect pencil or pen line.
Right.
Of what it is.
Yeah.
It's a much higher res. I don't know. I think it had a 5 millisecond rise time, which yours is faster than that. Because I looked at yours was 2 or 2.5.
Yeah.
Which makes sense because it's 200 megahertz, but.
And that's what's the scope you have? That's what, Rigoli?
No, it's a Siglet.
Oh, Siglet, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it works good. It's just got the 8-bit display, kind of like yours. It's just an older, outdated display.
Right.
It doesn't give you, and there's not a lot of memory, so you can't record much on the channel. That new scope had, I think, 400 times more memory or 4,000 times more memory. It was crazy. It was a crazy amount more. And you can interface with it with a mouse.
Oh, really?
Keyboard. Yeah, you can plug a mouse and keyboard into it, and it's also touchscreen, but you can use a mouse.
Wow.
Yep. I think it would be cool. But.
And you can mouse click the screen functions with the mouse.
Yep.
Oh, wow. That's nice for navigating around, yeah.
But I think you might be able to do that too, because you can also put it on a LAN on your local network with an Ethernet cable, and you could mirror it straight to the computer.
Yes.
And I think my scope can do that now, but you can control it. From what I understand from the computer too, I have to look at it. I think you can. Yeah, it's a nice scope. But yeah, to get the 100 or 200 megahertz, it's like $600-700.
Yeah.
The same specs on resolution. That's why I ask myself, do we really need it? Because unless you want an ultra high resolution RMS power reading, then our scopes would be fine because there'd be a little bit deviation probably because of the resolution, but it wouldn't be that.
Right.
I don't think. Yeah, I'll probably wait because mine's still kicking. You're right, though, that handheld scope's all worthless. It's a good voltmeter.
Yes. Yep.
A good voltmeter. That's about it.
Yeah, this thing here, let me pull it up. I love this thing, this one here, because
Oh, you got the bigger handheld, right?
yeah, this guy here.
I don't see anything on your, unless I'm delayed.
Yes, probably.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that's yeah, so it's 200 megahertz.
And you got position adjustment and stuff. Yeah.
Everything.
It's crazy that this little one didn't have that.
It's the same as what using this is almost literally like using the Handtech desktop. It performs and acts the same exact way. That's what I love. And I can run this thing on battery for 5.5 or 6 hours of use before I have to worry about charging it. But if you use it in the voltmeter mode, shit, I bet you that thing will go 10, 12 hours before you have to worry about charging it.
Right. I'm gonna look up more of the specs on that scope. Big length 4-channel.
Yeah, they stopped making that one. That I don't know why. What the deal is, but I don't think nobody. Well, I think I paid $800 for that. What, 3 years ago? 2.5, 3 years ago?
There's the one I was wanting. Okay. Only 70 megahertz. Now, there is a way to jailbreak that stove. I believe it was that one on firmware. It's where you can get it to go to 100. But it's kind of risky. You might brick it. I
Yeah.
don't know if you want to risk that. But.
Yeah, this is getting pretty close. Yeah, it's a shame that Lindsey Graham guy died. Did you hear about that?
Part of me's like that's a little weird, but I don't know what they could kill him with like that. So
yeah, he supposedly had an aneurysm and died. That's how he died. But I mean, just a loss. I mean, that guy was that guy. I like that guy. He was a stand-up fighter that fought for anything that was right. You know what I mean? He'd stick up. I think he'd stick up for a Democrat, even if it was really truly the thing to do, justifiably. You know what I mean? didn't. That's gonna be a big loss politically.
Right. Okay, so yeah, I'm looking at this. Hold on. On this, it has a low frequency response down to 2 hertz, and because of its long record length, it has a lot of memory. It can view a really long signal, even on the lower frequency. It has enough memory, I guess, to like a record length. It can record your signal for a long time, and then you can go back and view the whole signal. I think that's what I'm reading out now. Are you talking about like noise on a low, like say 400 hertz signal?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Because now you're
it's
catching
like
power
that.
supply harmonics and stuff that's internal crap going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It mentions that. It mentions harmonics to a few kilohertz should be fine. But, you know, it could be more than that. So,
Yep.
yeah, no, it's limited by hardware. Can't go any faster on that. No, I think it was the Wriggle you could jailbreak, because there's a Wriggle that's similar. Yeah, it was, because it's an Android that kind of. So put your own firmware on it. But I don't, man. There was a complaints about the Wriggle glitching out and stuff because it's Android powered. So I was wanting to go more non-Android reliant.
Yep.
Yeah, the one you probably wants $800.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 200 megahertz. There's a 100 for about almost 6. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the meter rises and then they'll try it whenever.
So there's some high spots here on this side.
Oh, it's looking good.
Yeah, there's some high spots in here before I get down to this plane.
Oh.
I don't know if you can see those.
Gotcha. The way the light hit it, it looks like I kind of could. Yeah, I can kind of see the shadow. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're filing on it. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Yeah, this will make it show up quick.
Yeah. No, I can definitely see it. We used to use that dicam, that blue dicam. It's good for that. I think that's what it's made for.
Yeah, I have I was using some for a while, but it was almost empty. I got it from work.
Yeah. did you know, like, say you're plasma cutting through a pipe or a tubing, and you don't want the slag to stick to the bottom? If you spray a good coat of that dicam, it's like the ultimate spatter repellent.
Really?
Whether it's from a plasma or MEG, yes, it'll roll right off. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, you're dyeing the surface blue essentially permanently.
Right.
But it does work, yeah. It'll make a super clean cut if you got metal under something you're cutting.
Yeah, so I got
Yeah, you can definitely see
huge high area up in there.
Yeah, you're definitely revealing the eye spot now. Yep.
Yeah, so I got a little work to do on this one. Yep, you got to put the effort in if you want to produce some fake shit. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I mean, you could just get a flywheel and a couple springs and,
Yeah.
you know, use some old junky bracket that's cut in half and bolt it on, and then...
Oh, what I'm trying to get a hold of is that special hot glue that they have over there in India. You know, that shit's amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. They weld it together in flip-flops and like a skirt, and then it's the worst looking tax you could possibly imagine, holding it together.
Yeah. Little grapes, a little blueberries stuck to everything.
Yeah. There was one I looked at today that had almost 3,000 subs. The video had, I think, like 250,000 views, and it's totally just garbage.
Yep. It's amazing though. That's fake shit out there. That's what I mean, he's probably making money on fake bullshit.
Yeah.
It's just
Well, I
bizarre.
think it's the simplicity. People are interested because they're like, oh, that's simple. I want to watch that. And it's more entertaining.
Yes.
Even though they think they're learning something, but it's really just entertaining.
No,
That's
just
what keeps them
really
into
just
it.
dumbing them down more to make them even completely stupid. I would imagine if you watched all those stupid channels for, I bet you, 3 or 4 months straight, you would end up drooling on the right-hand side of your lip and then looking, staring at the wall and be entertained. They just dumb you down to fucking nothing.
Yep.
Just insane. People are lazy, you know. They just want to watch something simple, stupid.
Oh, and don't
Lose their
forget,
mind.
once you get all that work done, these 16 hours of labor, someone's going to claim you core drilled through that, put something in there.
Yeah, I got batteries hidden inside the core.
Yeah. No, people will come up with anything to rationalize what they're watching.
Yep.
Yeah, because their physics professor or physics education just totally prevents them from thinking outside the box.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get violent. Like, they'll literally, when their beliefs are attacked, they'll get violent. They'll get really hashy about it.
Yep.
I bet some of them would be screaming on the other side of the computer. I mean, there's got to be a battery inside the capacitor. I remember there was, I don't know if it was a Kula that did this, but it might have been. He had his light going, and then he literally took every component apart on the camera.
Yeah. Yep.
And that was back before lives were real crude back then. Like, you couldn't, there was no AI that could do that to splice or fake stuff. So,
No, some of the flywheel motor generator stuff was the only way that they could make that look real was looping the video, you
Yep.
know, and then doing and then recording it, and then taking that and then edit that into their video. That was the only way I think you could actually fake it before AI.
Well, the one I watched had a Samsung Outrunner, just like the ones we use as a generator, but he was hooked up to 2 phases. And I thought, I bet you he's running AC or some kind of signal through the coils on the bottom where you can't see it. That's what you have to do to get it to run slow.
Yep.
You know? So.
Yeah, what's the name of that channel there? What's the guys in Mexico? They've got all those fake generator videos. Shit.
So, there's tons of them.
Oh, shit. One of them, the video shows a car alternator and a 3-phase motor with a pull start. You know the one I'm talking about?
I think so.
If you watch those videos, he's definitely, he was doing some serious video editing and green screen shit to hide the power cable.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no doubt. As I saw, they had one video there where they were showing below the table. The only thing that the green screen didn't catch was the shadow of the cable from below. You couldn't actually see the cable, but you could see the shadow of it because of the lights that he had above pointing down. It's like, oh, there it is right there. Green screen didn't catch it. Didn't work out that way, you know?
Yep. Man, I'm getting tired watching you do all that work.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know, it's brutal, isn't
I
it?
did the same thing. It was the only way to get it really nice and flat.
Yeah.
But my coil was way smaller than that. It took essentially no time compared to that one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm sure there's some bigger transformers, but that's one of the bigger ones that you decided to choose.
Yeah. There was I couldn't figure out, but there was a Russian video where the guy had a big 3-phase transformer. It looked like he kept the original coil A and coil C, and it looks like he cut the coils, the coils off of the B pole, but the video quality was so shitty. I couldn't see. It almost looked like he had a magnet above and below with a shunt bar on the backside of the magnet to create the flux path to make it stick to the core. And I think that's what he was doing, because I couldn't see a cut in the middle core to where he was put the magnets in that way. So he had magnets that were had a north and south on each end, and he was letting those stick to it. But he also had transformer core stuck to the outside edge to create that flux path to make it stick to the transformer really good. Very, very low resolution. It was a shitty video, but it was tough to make out. But it looked like you should have that. in that collection of videos there. But something I don't think the channel even exists anymore. I think it's gone.
Yeah, you got a lot of stuff on that flash drive that doesn't exist anymore. The channels are gone.
Yeah.
Or they're all private, and you don't have the link, so you can't.
Right.
Can't even see that it's private anymore. So.
Yeah, not many people popped into the live because you got to be logged in and subscribed if you're going to make a comment. So I guess that cuts most of them out of it because they don't want to be a subscriber.
Which is kind of crazy because it doesn't cost anything to just click a button.
Yep. Yep. And they don't want Timtron channel to occupy any space in their computer.
For me, I think it helps just eliminate trolls.
Yep.
Because trolls they want to come in and just say a bunch of crap and leave or cut around. They're not going to wait an hour and then come back.
Right.
It's only the ones that really want to, comment and talk to you about it a little bit is going to do that.
Yeah, and you know what? Now they've they invested time into being able to have the opportunity to leave a comment. So now you know they're not going to unsubscribe because they're not going to want to go through that again.
Yeah.
So it kind of like locks them in for the ones that would really be coming, not the legitimate subscriber, but the ones that want to just hit and go, hit and run, You can't do a hit and run anymore.
It's kind of weird too. Like, say someone's not subscribed, but they've watched one or two of your videos. Your videos, when you upload, it's almost like they're subscribed. They just didn't click because they'll still get suggestions from your channel.
Right.
And it causes a chain to where you end up seeing 70% of your views are unsubscribed because it's just convenient already.
Right. Exactly.
So,
which makes it tough to build a channel on something like that happening,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go buy some files tomorrow.
Are you wearing those out quick?
Oh, yeah.
You can't wire brush them out?
Oh, yeah, I've been doing that. And then, a tap will shake most of it out. But when you look at the actual edge of the file, they're starting to get shiny. They don't have that dull look anymore. So, they're not sharp. Losing its sharpness.
Yeah, I have a bunch of different grit files at work. I got some that are super coarse. They'd be too coarse to even want to try on that. But
right.
I got some that would eat it off pretty quick, and then you could use that to smooth it up in about an hour probably.
Yeah, these are, this is a medium one, and this is a finer one.
Nice. Help for what you're doing, Harbor Freight might be the way to go.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I got to look. I might even, if there's a couple on Amazon, I might, if I can get it tomorrow, if I can I'll do that.
Especially if you can get, a fly cutter on the other cords that you got, you can actually get that to happen.
Right.
Then you won't need the files so much.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping I can talk the big guy into. I already had a brief conversation with him, and I think he'll do it for me.
Yeah, we don't even have a fly cutter at our lab. We don't do anything to need it, but we do have a nice CNC mill that's half broke. And then we have a CNC lathe that was ordered without a tool changer.
Oh.
And it has the capability to switch 6 tools. But the guy before him didn't order the automatic tool changer.
Oh, my God.
It's essentially a joke, because it's like you have the capability looking like in the programming and everything, but it's manual at this point. You have to manually load it. Stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of stuff. You're gonna go that far. You gotta go all the way. You can't do that half-ass.
Yeah, no. The new machinist was not happy with that setup. He said, "But why? Why even do that?
Right.
Spend extra money for nothing."
Yep.
Because the tool changer, even though it cost, I think it was 10 or 15 grand add-on that you had to buy, but it's like, man, why even do all that without it?
Mm-hmm.
And his drop, or the change arm on the automatic CNC, we think the transmission's damaged inside it, because we worked on it for a week trying to realign it, and every time we get close, it was about there was one tooth that we think was burred or something, because it would not go in the right gear. It would always have to go over once, and that threw the whole system off, so you can't use it. So it's hung up by baling wire now.
Wow.
So now that's a manual machine, even though it's got a real nice tool change on it. Yeah, it's going to need probably a $20,000-$30,000 repair if I had to guess. So that whole transmission arm assembly is huge.
Oh.
You know, it'd probably be expensive, but I wonder if they make like a really big file, like a 4-inch or 5-inch wide. Do you think they make one?
Yes, I've seen. Well, I haven't seen 4-inch wide, but I've seen 2.5 or something that's right around 2.5. Yeah. Yeah, there was a place in Galveston. The company went out of business. There was a welding supply, and they had a wall that had files in it. And I'm kicking myself in the ass and not going in there and spending some money and getting some, because they're gone now. Yeah, they had some, everything from small jeweler files all the way up to some big stuff, and really wide and long. And I'm regretting not having any of the big ones right now, but I've got one that's about this wide, that's about the same length, but almost just as wide as that. I can't find the goddamn thing.
Yeah, that sucks.
It's here. I know it's close because I could feel it.
I mean, how long ago did you buy it?
Last year. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, and I rolled it up. I put a couple of silica packets in there, the moisture things, and wrapped it in saran wrap, and I sprayed it with some weasel piss, good anti-corrosive crap, penetrating oil, and then I ziplocked it and rolled it up and got all the air out of it. And I mean, I remember slipping it in between something, and I just can't find it. I don't know what the hell where it is. It's in between something. I remember saying, I was like, I'm just going to let it stick out a little. I remember saying to myself, let it stick out a little because you're never going to find it. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a ways to go. Yeah.
So close, though.
It is. I mean, I can barely feel that. But that means all this is high over here to get down, to make that disappear. I've got to get rid of all that. Probably a good 3 or 4 thousandths high over here.
Yeah.
And it makes sense because I know this side. Yeah, so that was facing down. Yeah, that makes sense. That's where the blade was going in like this from the saw,
Yeah. I was going to say, on them saws, man, I've never seen one cut perfectly square, especially over a wide cut.
You can get them. I had bought one at a yard sale, and then I ended up buying a new one, and that never cut straight. I could never get it to cut straight. And the one I got at the yard sale had eccentric bushings with Allen locks, so you could lock the hinge. You could steer that hinge on the tilt with the blade to dial that right in, and you can also do that with it. And so you could. I love this. The one I got that I paid only $100 for was badass in comparison to the one that I had paid a lot of money for. That was a piece of shit that you rough cut it. The way I looked at it, if I put it in there, it was a rough cut. It didn't matter if it was square or not,
Right. Yeah, mine at work, it cuts about a 16th off on most things. It's probably something to do with the blade speed, but I just leave it alone. That's for a welder. That's plenty.
Yeah, I mean for fabbing work like that, yeah. But I mean, still, you're gonna still do something where you need a straight square cut, and like a situation like this, and it's just like you can't. I think it's terrible that, and I've seen a lot of bandsaws. They all cut shitty, and it's like no one company has really stepped up. What the hell was the name of that? Starrett or Stirrit?
Yep.
Was the one that was you could dial in and calibrate it literally to make it cut straight. It was
Yeah. Now that you say that, I probably need to replace the guides on mine. The only problem is it's discontinued. And it's it's not a Star. It's a Pro Cut.
Yeah.
They don't make it anymore.
So what you do is you have your machine shop make bushings for it, right? And then have them offset the bolt holes for the shank that go through. Have them offset them just slightly, and then where the bushing goes, when you get them out, drill and tap for Allen sets. This way here, now you can turn those bushings on the hinge and dial that right in, and then lock it down so it can't move with the set screw, and then that's one access that you got 100% control over.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But even on the vise, I mean, it was very fine increments. I think there was 16th increment. Oh, not 16. Well, a 16th. They look like the same gap as a 16th in degrees from your 0 to 90. And with the lockdown, it was what is a twist? You twisted the handle and turned it and let it back. So it was every one of those spots was literally a detent on the vise, which is nice. So when you locked it in there at an angle cut, whatever degrees you were setting it at, it was set to that one, and it wasn't going to move.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, I gotta get my arm a break.
I bet, man.
I can have a Popeye arm. My right arm's gonna look like Popeye, and the left one's gonna be like, hey, what's going on?
Yep. So you think you're gonna stick to the motionless for a while?
To the what?
You gonna stick with motionless for a little while? You gonna switch back and forth between?
No, well, I'm in the process of rewinding the toroidal generator. And then also, I got this going. And I also want to get the shunt bars done so I can start messing with one of the bigger 3-phase transformers as a bit, instead of being single-ended. Yeah, so I want to see what happens here with this, because you know what?
Right.
If it don't work, I can cut these off, and I got great shunt bars, so it's not a loss. But I figure, why not capitalize on this moment and see how it works as a core for a MEG. And if it don't work, it don't work. If it don't work nice, then hey, I just cut these things off, and I got some great shunt bars.
Yep.
I'm not going to worry about it. But I think it's going to be a great core for a MEG, because it always seems like that the bigger the dimension of the core, the easier it is, and a little faster you can move the flux. So this is gonna pretty much prove it out. Is bigger better, or does it really matter?
Yeah.
There was one MEG I was working with that I had. I made small bobbins, and I was using. I think they were 9/16 square by 3-inch long cores, and I was using that for a core, and I could get something out of it, but it wasn't really impressive. There was just like nothing there to get. And then I used bigger ones, bigger diameter, and then 1-inch square by 3 inches long. And that was literally almost 2.5 times or 2.25 times the diameter as the other ones. And I could get I could switch faster, and I was noticing more output on it. So I came to the conclusion after messing with that, thinking that the bigger the core, the bigger the cross, the bigger the dimension of the core is, the better. And it kind of makes sense because I kind of look at magnetism or the flux when you're moving it. It's like water in a pipe. You're not going to get a whole lot of GPM through a straw, but you will out of a 6-inch pipe, So, I think it's going to move easier. Really think it's going to move easier. So I'd love to see the thing run at 80 hertz and getting some nice power levels out of it. That would be awesome. But whatever, if it's 15 hertz and I'm getting nice power pulses out of it, really, at the end of the day, who cares, right?
Yep. What do you think you could safely run that up to? Maybe 200-300? I know it could take 4, but you'd be having probably some losses by then.
I don't know. With this, that's what I can't wait to get to that point, because it's just going to be another. It's just going to be another addition to thinking about core dimension. Bigger is bigger, better. Is the bigger the core, the better for switching, for speed.
So at least my intuition thinks that if you want to unlock MEG capability with neodymiums, you got to have a massive core.
Yes.
Because
right.
the neos are so strong that, like the Bearden style MEG, I know it saturates the shit out of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he used ceramic, and I kind of believe what Bearden was saying is true. So, and it's funny because he talks about trying lower end steel, but they didn't have neodymiums back then. If they did, they were probably basically like aerospace and military use primarily. Right. I'm not even sure when they figured out the perfect mixture, but yeah. So now that we have high grade cheap neos, it reminds me of. Do you remember that video that we thought was real? It was a guy. He took it looked like a little broken magnet, or maybe it was a half ring magnet, and he stuck it in that ballast core. You remember that?
Yes.
And he had a light bulb looped. It was a 12-volt light bulb, and he had 2 capacitors and 2 diodes, probably Xeners or whatever.
Yep. Daenerys. I think his name was Daenerys.
And a lot of people thought that was fake, but when we listened really closely and he pulled it apart, you could hear the high frequency.
Yes. Yeah. No, there's no doubt in my mind that worked. And I tried so hard contacting him. And all I wanted, I figured out with the diodes, everybody said, oh, no, they're just regular 4007. And it's like, no, one of them is, but the other one's a Zener diode. Yeah, a Schottky diode. So that's going to pass both ways at a certain threshold of voltage, and that's how that whole thing worked. And I was I could never get an answer out of him. Yeah. And then I ended up taking a chance, and I had one of his videos. I downloaded it and uploaded it, hoping to, and this was like 3 years ago, hoping to get him to get pissed off and have him do a copyright strike on here. But that would give me at that point, because I didn't really care about the channel at that point, I was like, that'll give me a chance to email him, and but he never did anything about it. And I was like, shit, maybe the guy's died. Maybe something wrong with him. Or you just don't care.
Yeah. But if you remember, just looking at it, if you can imagine it from a top view, the neo magnet he put in that giant core was really small.
Hard drive. It come out of a hard drive.
Yeah, it was a really small neo, and he had a lot of core going.
Mm-hmm.
And when you analyzed it, I think you said it was 700 or 800 hertz, so it was pretty slow.
Yes, when he pulled that T portion of the core out, it went ring. That made a ring noise like. And when I looked at it with my phone, with the spectrum analyzer, I could see 800 hertz is where it was, just as it was ripping out. And in 800 hertz at 6 or 7 turns of 16 gauge wire, that kind of makes sense. You could conceivably get 13 or 14 volts out of that turns ratio at that frequency. It's possible.
Yep. And what got me was if it was fake, we wouldn't have, because it was pretty silent when it was put together. It only made that ringing noise when he went to take it apart. There would be no reason to have real transformer action if you're going to fake a light bulb.
Right.
Yeah, it was when he took it apart when it's like, okay, there's real. And imagine the power. Like, even if he could find a way to stuff a battery in those capacitors, when you're really transforming, how long is that battery going to last? I mean, it's not going to last long at all. It'll probably drain in a few seconds.
Yeah.
Because it's hitting a coil. I mean, those were small caps too, man. There's no way. It was definitely real.
I tell you one thing though. One side, when you look down at that, when it shows it running, the right-hand side of it, I think it was the red coil, red wire. That was the output, and the left side, which had the blue wire, that was a trigger. And if you looked at the other end of that frame where it touches the T portion of the center, there's an air gap there. Not much, but you can see a gap. So he was basically using that core to shift the flux to the right, to the output part. And then when it snapped back, obviously at that point it was capable of inducing enough to keep it going, keep the cycle going. It's just self-oscillating from one side to the other. But there's no doubt in my mind that works. Yep.
Yeah. It's too bad he's gone, man, or wherever he went.
He's got 4 channels out there, but he's not doing anything. Something happened to him. Yeah. I could never figure out what nationality he was. By his voice, it was tough to pin him down to who he was,
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, that was an interesting machine. It was very simple.
Yep.
Almost too simple, but at the same time, as long as there was a Zener or whatever, that's really all you need because it acts as a switch. So,
yep.
And the Zeners look identical to a regular diode.
Right.
I have a whole box of them. Like you have to look at the packaging, or else you'd be lost.
Mm-hmm.
If you had them beside each other, you wouldn't be able to tell them apart. So. Oh, Tim, it's almost there.
I know. Yeah. I don't know if I can do it anymore. I gotta earn my wings on this fucker.
It'll be worth it in the long run, though, with the amount of testing you can do with it.
Yes. Yeah, that's the other beautiful thing is, like, I pull this thing apart in 2 seconds and change bobbins with different coils if I needed to, or rewind them, do something else. But yeah, it'll be worth it in the long run.
And almost everything we do is kind of original to you, because no one's on YouTube has gone through this much work to make a MEG core.
Right. Yeah.
Out of the same steel, out of the same dimensions. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely should be worth something. What's that? What was that? that fake generator. I can't remember its name. Liberty. The
Liberty, that's what I was
generator.
talking about earlier. Yeah, Liberty.
Oh, yeah. So that guy convinced people enough that works, that there's people trying to replicate that thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Even though you can hear the RPM, totally stable. He puts a giant load on it, doesn't budge,
Never
doesn't
changes,
respond
yeah.
to the load at all.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. That right there should be enough to tell you that it's safe.
Yeah.
But no,
Special silver rotor. Yes, only he can get.
yeah. Even, I don't care if it was putting out 1,000 or 2,000 watts or 10,000 watts. You put a load on it, you're going to hear it change.
Yep.
You're going to hear it change. Even with a work light on a 10,000 watt generator, you hear it change in RPM. So it's crazy.
Yeah. And there's a few people. There's this one guy, I forget the name, but I feel bad for the guy. And I tried telling him in the comments, it's like, look, you're running down, trying to tell him was like, you're going down a rabbit hole, buddy. You're never going to see the light of day. It's like you are wasting your time. And I tried to do it in such a nice way, but he doesn't want to listen. He's been pursuing everything that's on that Liberty channel. He's been trying to produce. The other thing with the two microwave transformers screwed into a core that goes through an induction motor cage, and it's supposed to generate. And it's like, holy fuck! It's like that's never gonna work. It just can't do anything. And he's been spending a lot of money trying to build that, perfect it. The other one with the rotor and the microwave cores, they're shaped like T's, welded together. There's been a lot of people that are trying to replicate that and getting nowhere with it. Yeah, it's a shame. But yet the free gen's out there, and nobody's tried. It's like, I don't understand that. Why nobody has attempted, other than you and Gary, as the only ones that's even done anything with it. Nobody's come up. I mean, you don't even have to do a clock box. There's so many ways of pulling that off, but I don't know. I don't get it. Why it's immune to no competition.
No one wants to bring up the free gen either. When they criticize, they don't want to go over there and criticize that machine.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
It is.
Because there's so much information. I mean, anybody that's mechanically inclined, that knows how generators function, will listen to that machine. That's doing something that's, looping.
Yeah. Just the way it tries to lunge up in RPM and slow down. It's. I mean, if that was hooked up to a battery, you're just going to get consistently an RPM, whatever you set it at. With it varying in RPM, it's just like that's running off. It's running by itself. It's like the fluctuation in voltage that's the tail. That tells the tail right there. That's not a battery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, anybody that really tries to analyze that, they look at the pre-gen as a whole to say, well, that should violate thermal. It should work. But when you analyze every piece, each component, nothing's violating thermal.
Right.
If you separated each piece out, it's doing what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, it's not breaking any laws.
It's just when it's all put together is when it acts a little different.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, 5, 6, or 7, maybe. I think 8 watts is a stall point. I think 8 was a stall point, and then when you tried to load it up with 5 watts, it was like, it was too close to the hairy edge of self-run, and I just couldn't handle it really. It was so prone to stall.
Yeah.
It would stall so easily, you know. But it ran. Yeah.
It seems like if you had like a really small generator and you pulled it off the main shaft with a nice low ratio to where it puts very little mechanical stress on it, you might get a little more.
Maybe. Yeah, I thought about doing that. Yeah.
And you know another thing, I thought about it so many times, but I know you're not messing with that right now. So I would ship you one of my $70 boost boards that are 97% efficient. If you would try it on that, because that could give you another, I don't know, if that buck boost you had is at best 85, might be a little more than that, but to gain another 10%,
yeah.
What would that be? Would that be maybe another 5, 10 watts?
Maybe 5 more, yeah. Yeah, 5, maybe 5 or 10 more watts, sure. Yeah.
Because I think circulating, it was, I think 120 watts max circulating. It's probably a little less than that. Because you have 3 amps at 40 volts, right?
What did that? Yes. 37. Yeah, 37 volts. Yeah, and I had it
roughly 110 watts total.
I had it set at 2.5 amps max, and when you bring it down to 2 amps, that's the threshold. Because it was drawing at the highest point of RPM. I think that was drawing like 1.7, 1.6 amps. But then that's because it's generating and trying to push into itself before the buck boost stops. If you ran it at a slower RPM, you could literally run that machine at 500 or 600 mils, but it's not going to run for very long. It's going to stop. It will stop in like 5 minutes or something. You know, it's just too close to just enough to run, but too close. Yeah.
Extracted more power because you can 95, 97% efficient. Show the small one.
Well, I mean, that's where my toroidal generator comes in, because I would love to see my toroidal alternator on there and see what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's there's a lot. I mean, it doesn't take much to spin that rotor. So I think doing the direct drive with that would be a good fit for each other. Yeah. And I probably will just maybe add another clock box plate behind that with a shaft coupler, and probably even shorten up the big case. Is what do they got? I got yeah. So those are 10-inch, 10-inch all threads. So if I shrunk the box up to say 4 inches, and throw the outside bearing on the inside, and then throw another small 6x6 square piece of plastic on there with some all thread, and do another small clock box off of that, put a shaft coupler on that, and put the rotor on it, on the shaft direct.
Yep.
I think, because I set that Samsung, the way I've got all the, just with those 9 poles at 900 RPMs, I think that would only be about 400 milliamps to run. So that could be potentially a great combination between that and be a big time looper. I mean, real power, big power.
Yeah.
So, or put it on the toroidal motor and put a toroidal alternator on each side of it, of the clock box. That's been initially my main plan to do, but because collecting the back EMF and stuffing it back in the toroidal motor, that thing just loves doing that. It speeds up when you do that.
Yep.
So that's a win. That's a win-win, and then that will easily turn 2 rotors for 2 toroidal alternators. So probably I've got 2 identical cores like for that toroidal alternator. So I'll probably stick that on the toroidal clock box, toroidal motor clock box, and I've got another core that's perfect to make a toroidal generator out of. That's very close to the same kind of dimensions, and maybe I'll put that on the 8-watt looper. Get the ECM off it, shrink it up, and try that on there. And I think that would be, now I bet you that would be a 200 or 300 watt machine, maybe 400, 500 watt.
Yep. That would be I mean, the Phrygian as it is already kind of a showstopper, but that much power, yeah, that would be wild.
Mm-hmm.
Because the solar, if you had 400 watts, the solar equivalent would be like 12 to 1500 watts of solar.
Yeah.
Because the sun doesn't shine all the time, and then you got clouds and all that, so that's something you could have running underground. And it might be a little noisy, but you put it in a cellar or a basement, or just insulate a box around it to where it can breathe and isolate the sound, and just be down there purring.
Well, I mean, you take the timing belt off, and you get rid of the ECM. Like when that runs without anything on that shaft, just the bearings and that Samsung is quiet as hell. It doesn't even shake.
Yeah, just a slight electrical hum. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that coupled direct drive to toroidal alternator, and then the fact is you're eliminating some friction from the toroidal, from the timing belt and the ECM. So that would definitely be a marriage. Those two.
Yeah.
Definitely a key thing to do. That would be actually kind of interesting. It's just like I got so much shit to do, and it's just like the idea of going to work every day and I mean, just to stay home and just do this shit and get it over with.
Yeah. It would sure be nice if our channels could open up to the members. Because you need so much, man.
That would be awesome.
Because then you could have, you could make separate videos specifically for member groups. You could have multiple tiers of member groups.
Yep.
And I was looking at Master Evo's channel because for some reason YouTube doesn't suggest him to me anymore. But he went that route. He stopped doing the totally open source, send me a PayPal. He probably realized because he has a $6,000 scope, and he's spending an enormous amount of money to try to do those videos. I think he finally came to senses and said, "Yeah, I'm going to make some member tiers." So he's doing that. He has like a $7.99 tier, 20, and then 100, I think, something like that. So those would be great to make member-only content that goes a little deeper, you know.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of his videos for a long time.
Oh, I was going to say, either you got really still or your live froze.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, my internet's been burping lately these days. I don't know what's going on. T-Mobile.
Can you not get a coax?
No.
Damn.
Nothing in this neighborhood. They don't have no fiber optic, nothing in this neighborhood. So, I mean,
Verizon might be a little better. I have Verizon 5G. I think the speeds are the same, but your coverage might be a little better.
Mm. I've had that thing for 5 years. I should bring it in tomorrow and get the new version.
Yeah, that would probably be good. And your computer's on Wi-Fi, right? It's not wired?
No, Wi-Fi, yeah.
Do you have 5G Wi-Fi on that computer, or is it just a standard 2.4?
Oh, no, there's 5G on it, yeah.
Well, yeah, I bet an upgraded box would fix it.
Yeah.
Because you're relying on upload, and you can't degrade the quality. If you degrade the quality, people complain.
Right.
So yeah, and you're pumping out 1080. So I mean, technically, you could go to 720. People, this is something I learned. If you're watching on a cell phone, 720 is almost the same as 1080 because the screen's small.
Yep.
So you can't really even tell a difference.
Right.
Unless you're on a big screen computer, then you can see it. But yeah, on a phone, 720 is plenty. So that might help. But I bet if you were wired to that modem, though, you would have trouble probably. Wi-Fi degrades the signal a lot. Like mine, I got a 1 gigabit speed, and if I'm over Wi-Fi, the best I can pull is 500 to 600. So it's just Wi-Fi limits you a little bit, and that's what the latest and greatest 6G, whatever it is, second generation 5G.
Is it still frozen, the video, the stream?
I will. Yeah, I can't see nothing.
Really?
Oh, now I can. That was weird.
Huh.
I had to click the live button even though it's been on live the whole time. So maybe something weird, but maybe the powers that be are clipping your internet when we're talking.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I know there is a delay. There's about a 5 to 7 second delay in your live when I'm viewing it on the computer. I can tell by the noise, like the clanking noise with your hands.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit of a delay. Yeah, there's a little bit. But yeah, they clip our live. They clip our voice too. Just saying. Not to be paranoid, just saying.
Yep.
I remember that time we were live with Old Man Builds, and he had a few other guests on, and I was with you. We were discussing pretty heavily Motionless and the pre-gen. You went into depth on the pre-gen, and it was like 10 p.m. And your doorbell rings, and we're all like, you had to get up to go answer the door, and we're all sitting like, oh shit, what could that be at 10 p.m.?
Right.
And it was a pizza guy that got the wrong address.
Yep.
And it's like, what are the odds of that? What are the odds? Even though I'm sure it was legit a pizza guy. But it was still like everyone in the live froze and got a little paranoid. Our eyes opened up. We're like, is he going to come back? Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, that was trippy. And to be honest, it's still a little sus. And did he have a pizza in his hand at least?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I had another dude knocking on my door about 1 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't answer it.
Yeah.
And he was parked out front of the house, and he had his shirt pulled up over his pocket. When I zoomed in with the ring on the video, because I downloaded it because I got a good view of his face, and I was trying to look on Facebook to see if I could find him local around here. But anyways, he had a gun in his right hand pocket.
Oh shit!
You could see the grip, the handle grip part of the gun. So it's like, and he's trying to say there's something wrong with our car outside. The hatch is open. And it's like, fucking hatch isn't open. It's closed. But he's just trying to get us to open up.
He was trying to rob you or something.
Yeah. But you call the sheriff's department, and it's like an hour or 45 minutes later they came by, and it's like, dude, you're fucking too late. Well, what do you mean? It's like, I told the woman there's somebody at my door with a gun in their front pocket asking me to open up the door because my hatch on my car was open, which it wasn't. So you'd think they would have sent some, I just travel across town. It's like, there's no fucking cruiser? I guarantee if I go over to fucking Whataburger over there, I guarantee you there's a sheriff's. I said to him right out, I guarantee you there's a sheriff's vehicle over there. Nobody could get over here. It's like, good thing nothing happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, that pissed me off.
Yeah, that's pretty scary.
I was in Galveston yesterday, where I work. The parking lot across the street, there's a bunch of homes. Red pickup truck pulls up. Bunch of people arguing and everything else. I think the dude was in the pickup truck. It was a lowrider type setup. I think he was Puerto Rican. And there was some blacks and whites out in the street. They were all surrounding this car. The Puerto Rican I see his hand go up, and he pops off a couple of shots in the air to get everybody to disperse around his car, and he took off. Police never showed up. There's kids in that neighborhood riding around on bikes. It's just so pitiful. Like this, so people just do these crazy things and getting away with it.
Yeah, when I was teaching welding, when I was a weld instructor, one of my coworkers, he grew up in the Houston area, and when I told him I was going down there, it was to visit you that one time, and he said, yeah, man, if you're going to drive around Houston, he told me the name of the street, the red light. He said, if you're ever on the street, this red light, he said, don't stop for the red light. He's like, look both ways and fucking go. He said, because so many carjackings happen there. I cannot remember the intersection, but he said, it's bad. He said, almost nobody stops. If it's clear and they can go, they just get out of there because it's such a hot spot. I'm like, man, I don't know any places around DFW that's quite like that. I'm sure there is in deep Dallas, but I don't ever go into Dallas, so I don't need to. There's so much suburbs that have so much shit available. I don't have to go down there.
Yeah.
I mean, if I need to go to Fastenal, if I need to pick up anything crazy, it's probably within 15 minutes of where I live. So.
Man, I don't think I'm gonna worry about this spot, man.
Is it still high?
It's not high. It's low. These two black areas are low, and I don't remember hitting that, but maybe I touched it with when I was beveling the corners. Maybe I hit that with the grinding wheel.
Oh, the grinding wheel.
Yeah. These are the only two low spots right here. Everything else is the same. It's got a little more to take off right here. Like, yeah, this is what I got.
Do you really think it's going to matter, Tim?
Might not.
Because if you go to putting even a 10,000, it's keep your screen's freezing right now.
Is it?
Yeah. But yeah, I was going to say, even if you put like a 10,000 shim in there, I mean, that's not going to mean anything really.
Well, it sits flat. I can't get the cores to rock on each other at all. They're definitely sitting flat. But
yeah, I doubt you're going to lose much coupling with 2,000 or 3,000 gap.
Yeah, see, I'm going over this right now, the file, and This is the only high area. It's not taking out the black at all. Yes, very little.
I know
Yeah.
you're gonna want that. You're gonna want it flat.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just keep going with this until I can make that disappear. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can get those portions flat, I wouldn't worry about those two deep spots because you're gonna have to bring that whole thing down
Yeah.
to get that out. But yeah, that ain't nothing. I don't think those two marks. I don't think it's gonna matter.
No.
Unless now, if the big man agrees to put your other cores on a fly cutter, I'd throw those in your trunk that day.
Yeah.
And then say, hey, actually, could you do a third one or even all of them?
Right.
Go over them with a fly cutter. I'd do your shot bars first to make sure they don't fray or come apart. But like you said, they probably shouldn't. So, and if those come out good, man, I'd say, hey, what about these?
Hey, give me 1 second. This is work calling me. I'll be right back. Hello? Yes, sir. I think so. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, so you check that? Mm-hmm. So is the coil on the contact on the condenser not holding? Right there. You put an ohms meter on the coil? Yeah. I would do that. Because if it has it just been replaced, the coil on the contactor? Okay, well this is a well, coil or is it a 24 volt coil? So when you put the thermostat on cold or it's calling for AC, do you have 24 volts there as well? And it still won't pull in. So the other wire, the ground, the common coming back, is that common good? Okay, so disconnect the wire on the coil for the 24 volts is coming in and check for ohms, see how many ohms that coil is representing. Yeah, but disconnect the wires on the coil and then put your ohms meter on it and check the ohms and see how many ohms is on the coil. Because I know it's lit up long. I've got bad coils all the time. Go back to another one, but it's are you working on it now? Or? Hmm. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So you can manually push the contactor in and it works, but it won't pull it. So you got to measure the coil resistance to see if that coil is good. Because it should be pulling. Once there, if that coil was good, it should pull it. So it could be a bad coil. Huh? On both sides? Oh. So one control on one. See both sides. So they have 24 volts going through that. So wire that would be going to common is not good. Because if on either side of that coil is going at 24 volts. So that you get 24 volts coming on one lead, the other lead on the other side of the coil is going around the common. You shouldn't have anything here. Zero. It should be 0 volts. The pressure switch is going through. The low switch should be going through with a contactor, then the common. Glad you mentioned that. Yeah. What brand is it? Hmm. Yeah, so maybe the low switch should be doing that. So the common, it could be that low switch, the low pressure switch might be fucked. Yeah. So to jump that, I would jump the low switch out. And if it comes on, it pulls in then you know the coil's good. It's just a low switch. But then you gotta find out if your freon is not high enough. You might be just below that threshold where it won't come in. You know. Where's it at? Where's the place at? Oh, the strand. Are you there now? Yeah. So the best way to find out whether or not that you got an alligator clip. Hey, can you get if you get can you go to work? Yeah, get the key to my cage. Or get the key. Can you get the key to my cage? Let my cage out. Is that good? All right. I got alligator clips. Yes. Or take the other side of the. Make sure you get the right side of the coil that wants to go to common. You know what I mean? But and then take that terminal of that coil and go to common. In other words, you're knocking that coil out, bypassing the switch. And if it comes on, then that means that your switch is somewhere. Yeah. All right. All right, good. Hey, buddy. Sorry about that. I had one of the guys I work with, he owns property in Galveston, and trying to talk him through the diagnose an AC system to make it come on. So.
Nice.